you become king. But the dog, or the cat, or a cow, if the process to go right or left, it is not such a thing. Therefore, all laws, all scriptures, all regulations, everything is made for the human, not for the cats and dogs. Therefore, any society which is not subjected to the rules and regulations, this is animal society. We are trying to be free from the rules and regulations, but that is meant for the animals, not for the human. We have forgotten. We want freedom. We say that we don't want to be regulated. That is not possible. By nature. By nature. Suppose you can eat up to certain extent, say 8 ounces you can eat. As soon as you eat 10 ounces immediately you can eat. Other man, he can eat 16 ounces. He does not fall ill. But your capacity, suppose you can eat 8 ounces. That's why elephant can eat 40 kilograms at a time. You cannot eat in 1 kilo. But different persons, different living entities, they are different men. They have got different body according to nature's law. You cannot violate the nature's law. If you violate, you will be punished. Similarly, in the human society, civilized human society, there are principles, laws, one has to obey. And then you obey the scripture, or you obey the state law. You have to obey. If you don't obey, then you are prohibited. So, this is going on. But Arjuna inquired a very intelligent question that Abhakkena pradiptoyam papam charati purusha anichannapi brasmeya bolali muniyati. My dear Krishna, what is that power which forces us to come and see here? I do not like just like the giving example. A thief knows that if he commits theft, he will be punished by the state law. He has heard it from the lawyer, from friend, and he has heard it from the scripture. No religious scripture will say that we want stealing. No. Either it is Christian religion or Hindu religion. No religion will tell you that you become a thief, you become a rogue, you become a sinful. No. So the scripture says that you don't become a thief. And the Lord says also that you don't become a thief. He has heard it. And he has seen it also. What is that? That a man who has stolen some property, he is arrested. The police is taking him to the custody, he is punished. So, a thief, he knows that stealing is bad. He has seen it also that a thief is punished. He still becomes bad. Wow. This is the question. That Abhakkena pradiptoyam papam charati purusha. How a man is forced to commit sinful activities. What is that force? which influences him, he will do it. It must be. We are doing it. Sometimes our conscience beats. No, don't do it. But we forcibly. So what is that for? Very important. Without feeling of position, powerful charity. Because to become Krishna conscious, it is not very easy thing. Krishna says in another place, Jisam antagatam papam jananam punnakarmam te dhanmoho nirmukta bhajanti mam vilamsata. These boys and girls whom you see, they are engaged in the service of the Lord. They are not ordinary boys. Their reaction of sinful life is great. Therefore they are so steadily engaged. And then before us we see how I am the Lord, before God. They are engaged in beating us. They are coming from coming. They are not imported from India. That their bias or I bribe them to choose them. No. They have got an attachment. Exactly at 3 o'clock they will drive, they will take bath, they will offer RT at 4 o'clock, and then all regulatory things go. They do. And that is the sign that they are free from the reaction of all sinful activities. This is the sign. This is the proof. Your Krishna saying that Jesam antagatam papam, one who is completely free from all sinful reaction of life, such person, dhanmoho nirmukta, without any dwelling. Because if I say outside that you come early in the morning and you take a bath and engage yourself in morality and duty, you will not get it. Unless one has developed the sense of service to Krishna, one cannot do it. It is not so easy. It is not so easy. This is the proof that one has become free from all sinful. Because the plane of politics, you have to understand by the result. As soon as you see one man is sitting on the bench of the High Court, you must know he is very learned man, learned God, just passed on it. That is the test. You cannot ask a High Court judge, have you passed your examination? No, there is no need of questioning. Because he is sitting on that High Court bench, it is to be understood that he is a learned scholar, he is a lawyer. Therefore, government has given this post. Similarly, as soon as you see somebody is engaged in Krishna's regulating service, you should know that he is above all kinds of reaction of sinful. This is the proof. Now, we prescribe 4 regulatory principles. When our student becomes serious to be initiated, we ask that he must give us these 4 priorities. No illicit sex life, no gambling, no meat eating, and no intoxication. So, it is very difficult for the Western people to give up all these 4 principles of life. Because these things are already based. People are accustomed to all these values from the very beginning. Even one very big man, Lord Jetland, is talking. One of our godbrothers went to London and he made Lord Jetland. He got some introduction from India. This Lord Jetland, sometimes he was governor of law. So when we were students, he came to our college. He is very learned philosopher, especially the lover of Indian philosophy. So that my godbrother saw the Marquis of Jetland, he inquired, Swami, can you make me a Brahmin? He said, why not? We can make you a Brahmin. So what is to be done? So he asked him that you give us these four principles of seafood. No illicit sex, no gambling, no meat eating, and no stuff. So he immediately replied, impossible. Impossible. Oh, this is not possible. This is all that. We cannot give up this. So that Swami replied, then he cannot become a Brahman. This is the thing. So Brahmana means one who knows God. Brahma janati ti Brahma. Brahmana is not by birth. So anyone who can understand what is God, he becomes Brahman. The same example. Anyone who is highly learned scholar and lawyer, he becomes High Court judge. Or if you see one High Court judge, it is to be understood that he has passed on. Similarly, Brahmana means one who knows God. Unless you know God, unless you know Krishna, you cannot engage yourself devoutly in the service of God. Krishna is unlimited. It is not possible to know him fully, but Salpamopi Asya Dharmasi, if you understand him slightly, it is not possible to understand him fully. Slightly. Then you become a Brahman. The Brahmana means there is no sinfulness. All pure, pious life. Sattam Socham, Sattam Socham, Astikam, Jnanam, Vijnanam, Sama, Dhamma, these are the qualifications. Sattam means the Brahman is truthful, he is controlling the mind, he is controlling the senses. Sama, Dhamma, Tidikha, he is tolerant, and Arjava, he is very simple, life is very simple. Jnanam, full of knowledge, Vijnanam, practical application of knowledge in life, and Astikam, believer, not unbeliever. Believer in the existence of God. These are the qualifications of Brahman. So, the more one becomes sinful, he becomes degraded more and more. Therefore, there are divisions of the society. That should be, unless human society is divided into principles as they are spoken by Krishna. Chatu Varnam Maya Srishtam, Guna Varnam Bhava. Guna Varnam, according to quality and work. Just like if you are qualified medical practitioner, you are passed in medical examination, that is your quality. But you must practice also as a medical man. Then people will call it as physician. If you simply pass your medical examination and sit down at home, nobody will call you physician. When you practically engage yourself in medical business, then people will call you pass your law examination, don't go to the court, don't practice, nobody will call you for lawyer. Any business, suppose you know how to deal with electrical fittings, but if you do not do any business, if you sit down at home, nobody will call you electrician. When you practice, then you will be called with knowledge. Similarly, the society should be divided with quality and work. That is scientific society. So that quality can be divided into four, because there are three qualities in the material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. So, goodness, those who are qualified in goodness, they can be called as Brahman. Those who are qualified with passion, they can be called as Kshatriya. Kshatriya means the politicians, administrators. Brahmana means highly learned scholars, philosophers, philosophies, theologies, priests, like that. They are called Brahmana. So this society's division is already there. Anywhere you go, all over the world, the division is always going, because there are three qualities of nature, and any man you find, he must be under one quality. So according to that quality, he is divided as Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, quality, not only quality, action. So the society should be divided into four classes of men. That is natural. Just like in your body, there are four divisions: the head division, the arm division, the belly division, and the leg division. You cannot avoid it. If you simply say that I shall keep my head on, but that is not it. If you say that I shall keep my legs on, no, that is not it. If you say that I shall keep my hands on, no, that is not it. You must keep the four divisions: the head, the arms, and the belly, and the legs. Then your body is in healthy condition, and you work very nicely. When you have to do something, you have to catch your breath. That is the business of people. When you have to protect yourself, your hands will be there. If somebody comes to attack you, you immediately extend your hand or take some weapon to protect you. So this is this. And when you want to digest food, you belly. Because without digesting food, person will get the strength. That is also. And when you want to move, your legs are there. Similarly, the society should be divided into four classes of men. The persons who are really possessing brain, that is Krishna consciousness. So, at the present moment, there is need of such men. What kind of man? Krishna conscious. What is that Krishna conscious man? And one who knows himself and knows God. That is first class individual. The society is now practically is composed of the legs and the belly. The hands and heads are gone according to meditation. So there is confusion because there is no head who can give you good consultation how life should be led, how we should make progress in life, how we shall fulfill our human mission of life. The head is gone. In every country, those who are supposed to be the counselor in the matter of giving people good ideas how to conduct society, that class of man is finished now. Similarly, the administrative class of man, now it is a race of democracy. There is no trained administrators. Anyone from the third class, fourth class grade of society, if someone has a he gets some board, he comes to the home. But that should not be. Everyone should be educated. The Kshatriya, formally they were king according to Vedic idea. The kings were sufficiently educated how to administer the citizens, how to give them all comfort. It's like in Maharaj Yudhishthir's time, you find from Śrīmad Bhāgavatam you see that people are so happy that even there was no excessive heat or excessive cold, and nobody was anxious, everyone was free. That is the first duty of the government to see that every citizen is happy. It's a great sign, Krishna consciousness. It is not that we are simply concerned with worshipping the deity. No. We have got volumes of hope. It is a science how to make people happy in this life as well as next life. Not only in this life, but next life. Because this life is preparation for the next life. Just like childhood, boyhood, youthhood is the preparation for the next life. Why we send our children to school? Because that is preparation for the next life. Otherwise let him play all the night, all the day. Why should we get and try answers to send him to the education institution? It's preparation for the next life. Similarly, this life is also meant for next life. Evolution, by evolution, from aquatics to the birds, beasts, insects, animals, then we come to the human form of life, especially a civilized human form of life. So, if you prepare yourself in this life, the next life you can improve more. You can become demigod. You can go to higher planetary system, where duration of life, standard of comfort is very, very high, thousand times comfortable than educated moment. Similarly, you can transfer yourself to the abode of God. These are stated in the Bhagavad Gita, you find. Janti diva pratanti vanti dim janti Śrīmada Bhūteca janti bhūtani vajjalinapi janti mam. So this life is preparation. At the end of this, so if you do not prepare yourself in this life, if you simply become engaged in sinful activities, then you will be as you are elevated to the human form of life. If you do not utilize this human form of life, if we behave like animals, then we shall be converted again into animals. We will not afraid of becoming animals. I have asked so many people, suppose if you become animals, he said, what is the heart? People have become so degraded that one does not become afraid of becoming animals. Because their life has been so modern, it is no better than animal life. So they do not see any difference between animal life and human life. Therefore, to become animal or human being, they do not want. This is the position. So this poster was raised by or shown that this life is meant for elevating to further higher standard of life. Why people they degrade? Why they are degraded? So, this question was raised by Arjuna to Krishna, and Krishna answered, Kamaesha Krodhaesha Rajaguna Samudbhava. My dear Arjuna, this is due to lust and anger. Kamaesha Krodha Rajaguna Samudbhava. This is due to our association with the modes of material nature known as passion. Kamayasya, Krodhayasya, Rajaguna, Samudbhava. Mahasana. Therefore, these two things, Kama means lust and Krodha, anger, they are our greatest enemy. Lust and anger. Mahasana, Mahapapma, they are the greatest sins. Mahapapma, Vidhi-enam-iham-bodhina. So you should always consider them as the greatest enemy. Kama and Krodha. That makes us entangled in this material world. Rajaguna. And lower than that, Tamaguna. Tamaguna is ignorance. So there is a very nice way of when I'll answer the question. So, in order to make progress of your life, you must give up these two enemies. Kama means lust and anger. This is the proposition of Krishna. Kamayasya, Krodhayasya, Rajaguna, Samudbhava. Rajaguna means passion. To become passion. If we want to control passion, then we have to eat in such a way, deal in such a way, live in such a way that we control passion and come to the platform of goodness. From ignorance we come to the platform of passion, and from passion, ignorant means they are fourth class. They do not want to work, and the passion means they want to work for sense. This is the passion and ignorance. And those who are in the modes of goodness, they want to work for higher elevation of the earth, going to the planet, higher planetary system, then different planetary system. They do not think that they are better only. No, that is not the fact. Just like this planet is full of living entities. Similarly, all other planets are full of living. There are different grades. It's like in this planet also, there are inhabitants in Africa and there are inhabitants in Europe, America, Australia, and the quality of man are different. Similarly, as we find different qualities of man on this planet. Similarly, in other planets also, there are different qualities of human beings. Generally, in the higher planetary system, they are more intelligent than the human being. Founder-Acharya those who are the platform of goodness, they are promoted to the higher planetary system. Above our planet, there are so many other planets. This is called Bhuloka. About these Bhuvaloka, then Saroloka, then Janaloka, then Tamaloka, then Mahaloka, then Sattaloka, then there is spiritual sky, then there are spiritual planets. So many things. It is not that Upamanduvan. Upamanduvan is Dr. Frog. A frog lives in a well. A tree lives. That's all. That he is informed that there is Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean. He becomes surprised. How is that? What's that Pacific Ocean? He laughs. He tried to measure Pacific Ocean from the well. So that is not possible. One who is living in the well, he must get information of the Pacific Ocean. He cannot get out. So similarly, God's creation is very, very vast. It is not within your imagination. You cannot know even within this universe. This universe, you are trying to go to the good planet, that is also failure. That is the nearest planet. But then you can see millions and trillions of planets all distributed in the universe. And not only this one universe, there are millions and trillions of universes. This information we get. This Prabhupada Jagadanda Koti, Koti Asesa Bhakti Vedanta. There are innumerable universes. And so many universes are coming out from the being of Mahavishnu. So God is not so cheap. We have got concession of God. We get concession from the Shastra, from the building of one of the portion of God. Mahavishnu. Innumerable universes are coming out. And just like we are excelling in Hare. The excelling universes are coming out. And in Hare, universes are going within the philosophy of God. We understand that is God. Not a magician, we call it. Who can deny the magician like this? That innumerable universes are coming and going in the breathing process of God. That is God. So, there are so many information we have to take from this Shastra and prepare our life for the event as it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Uddham Gachanti Saptasva. If you keep yourself in the Sattva, then you are elevated to the higher planetary system or to the spiritual world. So this training is the consciousness training. Not to be promoted within the universe. Within the universe there are many planets to be promoted. But these Krishna conscious people, they want to go back to home, body. That is their plan. And that is very easily possible. As it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, that Janma Karma Nidhikam Vijanati. If you simply try to understand Krishna, simply by understanding Krishna, you get that position. What is that? Tapta Deham Punarjanma. After everyone has got to give up this body, that's the fact. Even people do not know that after giving up this body, I will have to accept another body, better or lower, according to my karma. There is no such continuation of knowledge, but these are the facts. We have to change this body as we have changed from babyhood to childhood to boyhood and youthhood. Similarly, after giving up this body, I will have to accept another body. Now the question is, what kind of body I shall accept? This preparation is necessary. So, people are meant for this purpose. But due to this lust, kama and krodha and anger, they are being defeated. Therefore, Krishna is advising that control these two things, these two enemies, kama, lust, and anger. Then, you will be placed in the platform of goodness, and your life will be elevated. The Krishna consciousness movement is so nice that you can transfer your lust into love for God. Everyone is lusty. Man or woman, everyone is lusty. But if that lust can be converted to love of God, Krishna, then your life is better. That's the gopis. The gopis, they were young girls, and Krishna was young boy. So they were attracted by Krishna. They did not know that Krishna is God, but they were attracted by Krishna by Krishna's exquisite beauty. Kama, Krodha, they were attracted. Similarly, Kamsa was attracted to Krishna by Krodha, the anger, lust and anger. The gopis were attracted to Krishna by lust, and Kamsa was attracted by anger. So, in this base mentality, if it is utilized for Krishna, that is, if we want to use our anger upon Krishna, and if we want to utilize Krishna for satisfying our lust, then also we will Krishna counts us and highly elevated. So that is possible. That is possible. But Krishna consciousness movement is so nice that you can utilize your anger in for Krishna. It's like Hanuman. Hanuman, he became very angry and he set fire to the golden kingdom of Ravana. That is anger. Because without being angry, we cannot set fire to others' house. So he did it. But he did it for Ramachandra, not for his personal sense. So this Kama Krodha, everything, in Narottam Thakur says, Kama Krishna Karnarpana. Kama, you can utilize your Kama last for Krishna. I must do this for Krishna. I must act like this for Krishna. Just like ordinary people, they are working day and night, very hard. But what is the purpose? The purpose is sense gratitude. The same desire, strong desire that I must get it done, I must have it. For Krishna, then it becomes Krishna consciousness. We say consciousness. Simply you have to change the consciousness. In the material world, the consciousness is for sense gratification. I want to possess these things because I want to satisfy my senses. This is the impetus, economic impetus. Otherwise nobody would work hard. He wants to satisfy his senses or expanded senses, his senses or family senses or nation senses, community senses. The purpose is sense gratification. It may be centralized or expanded. This is the one way. This is one consciousness. The other consciousness, not other, the consciousness is there, either this way or that way. If it is changed into Krishna satisfaction, as our consciousness is now, for my sense gratification, my society's sense gratification, my nation's sense gratification. Similarly, if we change it to Krishna's sense gratification, then we become perfect. This is Krishna consciousness. You have nothing to learn. It is already there. The Kama, the lust is there, Krodha is there, Lobha is there, greediness is there. Everything should be changed for Krishna's satisfaction. So you cannot manufacture that I am doing this for Krishna's satisfaction. It must be confirmed by Krishna. How Krishna is represented. Then such kind of activities will lead you to the highest perfection of life. That is stated in the Bhagavad-gita. What is that highest perfection of life? The highest perfection of life is Kapta Deham Punar Janma Daya. After giving it, we have to give up this body. That's your security. So, the problem is, after giving up this body, what sort of body I am going to accept? That is assured in the body. The Kapta Deham. After giving up this body, Punarjanma. Punarjanma means reward. Reward, there is no reward. There is no reward means there is no reward for possessing a material body. Because the spirit soul has neither birth nor death. There is no question of reward. Because he has no birth. You, me and everyone. We have no reward. Neither you are born. Najayate namriyate kadati. A living entity is never born or never died. What is this birth and death? It is the change of the body. Change of the body. So, Kapta Deham Punarjanma Daya. After giving us this material body, he does not accept material body. But he has got already spiritual body. That remains. And that works. And that is transferred to the spiritual world. That is the highest perfection of life. Kapta Deham Punarjanma Daya. The mind. Punarjanma naiti, he does not get rebirth with a material body, but he comes to me. Comes to me, Krishna, our God, he is all spirit. Therefore, we have to go back to God and means his spiritual body, not his material. That is your highest perfection. That is the high perfection. If anyone comes back to Krishna, God, with his spiritual body, then he does not come back within this material world, which is full of miserable condition, dukkha. That is Maya. We are always in miserable condition of life, but we do not understand. This is Maya. There is the road, cats and dogs and animals. They are in miserable condition of life, but it does not understand. That is animals. A dog is eating stew and lying in filthy flesh, but he thinks that he is very happy. He thinks. This is called Maya. You are in most available condition of life, but still I am thinking, I am very happy. This is called Maya. But those who are not in that condition of life, they think, oh, how horrible condition. Because when you see a hog is eating stew and lying in filthy flesh, he will become compassionate. But he is thinking that he is very happy. That is applicable to everyone else. We are not actually in happy condition of life. We are distressed condition of life, miserable condition of life. But by the influence of nature, by the modes of nature, we are thinking that I am happy. That is actual not happy. Our actual happiness is, that is also pointed out in Bhagavad Gita. Our actual distresses are Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadhi. To take birth, to die, to become diseased or to become old. These are our real distresses. But we don't care for it. Neither we know how to get out of it. But this is possible. Like a one man, we can get out of all these miserable conditions of life. We can go back to Godhead and evolve your eternal life. And eternally we can enjoy life in Krishna. That is Krishna consciousness. Try to understand.
How long does the transmigration take?
Transmigration?
One life to the next.
That depends on the duration of life for human being.
Give it to Sukla, but first let's do the
after the video. After.
Okay, well, you have to play that one.
This is Srila Prabhupada. Congratulations. Blessed
Krishna. Firstly, my apologies to the devotees there. Such a wonderful and I've been asked to record a few memories and keep it brief. I don't know how we're going to go keeping it brief, but we'll do our best. The first thing obviously
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances of glorious to Srila Prabhupada. Congratulations for the 50th anniversary of Radha Vallabha at Mahaprabhu Mandir. Radha Vallabha, very, very dear to me. They're actually the first deities that I ever saw in this lifetime. And I joined our Melbourne temple in Burnett Street in the end of 1972. And it was also the first time that I saw Srila Prabhupada. So very, very special temple for me, very special deities. And I'd only been a devotee a few weeks, and my Barbie was preparing sewing outfits, getting jewellery organised for Radha Vallabha. So I also assisted her in a small way. So it was very exciting to see them behind the scenes, so to speak. And my eldest brother, Frank Wilkinson, he helped a lot with the new altar, or the altar then was new, for Radha Vallabha. Lord Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra were at the top level, if any of you have seen those old photos of Radha Vallabha, and pre-conch eyes. And he did a lot of the form work. So I'm eternally grateful to Radha Vallabha for engaging my eldest brother in doing this service for the deities, for them. And the Prabhupada came, I'm not sure which month, the beginning of 73, whether it was January or February, and Prabhupada came to visit Australia, and he also came to install Radha Vallabha. So I think there was some mix-up when Prabhupada was going to arrive, and most of the devotees had already left to go to the airport. I'd stayed behind. I was doing a bit more cleaning, etc., because, as you know, just before Prabhupada would come, everything would have a major clean-up. And because of the way communication was in those days, it was really hard to know exactly when Prabhupada was going to arrive. There might be a last-minute change in the flight, and we didn't know. So I heard that wonderful call, Prabhupada's here, Prabhupada's here. And I recently found out that it was my god sister Sukla, who will be telling you some lovely stories about Radha Vallabha, because she got her initiation then. And I came running downstairs, or running rather to the top of the stairs. And as you know, old Victorian terrace houses, they're narrow frontage, and then stairs usually, a few feet inside the front door, there'd be stairs leading up to the second floor. So I was just at the top of the stairs, and Srila Prabhupada came. And I saw Prabhupada framed in the doorway like this Vaikuntha traveller, and any concerns I had about Srila Prabhupada, because I was very, very new and devotees were always talking about Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada like this, Prabhupada like that, that I wasn't actually sure if I would feel the same way when I saw Srila Prabhupada. But as soon as I saw him, that was it. It was the most transcendental experience I'd ever had. And I felt that, yes, this is my eternal spiritual master. So Radha Vallabha afforded me that great opportunity to do some little service for them, and the great opportunity for me to see Srila Prabhupada for the very first time. And Radha Vallabha is so merciful. And I remember the 40th anniversary, I was down there with many other devotees. And when it was my turn to speak about those early days, I asked all the devotees to please bless my eldest brother who'd done this service for Radha Vallabha, that he would get some devotee association. And they all prayed. I think they all prayed to Radha Vallabha for me. And then not a few weeks after, a wonderful family, Gurav and his wife and daughter, moved a few doors up from my eldest brother's house. And they became good friends, and they would always collect flowers from my brother's garden for the deities. And I also want to thank them very much for blessing my brother with their association. And I want to thank Radha Vallabha so much for being merciful upon me, allowing me to serve, allowing me to meet Prabhupada there. And I'm so sad that I couldn't be down there to celebrate with you all. And please pray to Radha Vallabha for me, that I will continue to be Prabhupada's servant life after life. And that Radha Vallabha also afforded my eldest brother and my mother to meet Prabhupada. So I was very happy about that. And as a very new devotee, everything was all very new and all very amazing. But I remember Radha Vallabha and their exquisite beauty. So thank you so much for allowing me to make a short little video of my memories. And may Radha Vallabha continue to bless you. Jai Radha Vallabha, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna.
Prominent within ISKCON at the present stage, also on an international level. So the next one we have is Shamananda Prabhu.
To Srila Prabhupada and to Radha Vallabha for not being able to be there personally on such a wonderful and auspicious day. I've been asked to record a few memories and keep it brief. I don't know how we're going to go keeping it brief, but we'll do our best. The first thing, obviously, it's a long time ago. It's 50 years, half a century, more than half a lifetime for most people. And it was a very different time when Radha Vallabha came to Melbourne and when Srila Prabhupada came to Melbourne to oversee the installation of the deities. I don't want to dwell on the difference, but it is a profound difference. There was no internet back then. No smartphones, nothing that we live with without even thinking about today. The world was smaller, the world was a lot more innocent and a lot more, I think, optimistic and full of opportunity. And for a brief moment, Srila Prabhupada opened the floodgates to the spiritual. to Srila Prabhupada and to Radha Vallabha for not being able to be there personally on such a wonderful and auspicious day. I've been asked to record a few memories and keep it brief. I don't know how we're going to go keeping it brief, but we'll do our best. The first thing, obviously, it's a long time ago. It's 50 years, half a century, more than half a lifetime for most people. And it was a very different time when Radha Vallabha came to Melbourne and when Srila Prabhupada came to Melbourne to oversee the installation of the deities. I don't want to dwell on the difference, but it is a profound difference. There was no internet back then. There was none of the technology, no smartphones, nothing that we live with without even thinking about today. The world was smaller, the world was a lot more innocent and a lot more, I think, optimistic and full of opportunity. And for a brief moment, Srila Prabhupada opened the floodgates to the spiritual world, and we were very lucky to be there then. I don't think anyone was there by dint of personal qualification. It was Krishna's mercy, 100%. And Srila Prabhupada embodied that mercy in a way that is inexplicable, indescribable, and mysterious and wonderful. Today we can still feel Srila Prabhupada's association through his books, recording of his lectures, videos, etc. And that's real, you know, there's no difference actually, there's no difference. But nonetheless, something that can't possibly be put into words successfully is the quality of his actual presence. I really don't know how that can be described to anybody, because there's really no parallel. There's nothing you can point to and go, oh, it's like this, or it's like, no, it wasn't. It was like nothing you've ever experienced and ever will experience. It was the very embodiment of Krishna's love and mercy. Wisdom, guidance, and example, all of those things embodied in one person. And he was very kind to everybody. He treated all of us individually, and Krishna allowed him to see us for who we really were, and he didn't speak to our mind or the misconceptions of self that we entertained. He spoke to who we really were, and he awoke that in everybody. And that potency still exists today, and it can, as I said, it can be accessed through his teaching, through his example, through what he asked us to do, and through the worship of the deities. Back then, I was an art student. I was studying at the Victorian College of the Arts, majoring in painting, printmaking, and art history, basically. And so, like so many people who came to Srila Prabhupada, I came from a tertiary education. And being born to paint, Prabhupada once said to me, I can write, you cannot write. You can paint, I cannot paint. Let us work together in Krishna's service. And that's very much how it was. When we were preparing for Prabhupada coming and when we were getting the temple ready, I was asked to design the altar for Burnett Street, which I did. and worked on building it and everything, obviously, and putting it in place. So that was probably my first taste of serving Krishna and serving Srila Prabhupada wholeheartedly without any consideration of sleep or food or anything else for quite some time to get the job done. And it was a wonderful experience, obviously, and probably the thing that I'd most like to share, it's very difficult, I mean it's easy for someone to ask you to keep these things short, but it is much harder to edit all your memories and make it succinct. But the thing that rose to the surface as I sat with all of this was the fact that I was asked to take my second initiation, Brahminical initiation, so I could paint the deities. We made, carved the Jagannath deities that are still worshipped in the temple today, and Radha Vallabha had arrived from India. So I didn't know a lot back then. As I said, I was young and naive and not educated in Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition or Vedic culture or anything like that. But one thing I did know, I was definitely not a Brahmin. And I was incredibly uncomfortable with the idea of being initiated to paint the deities. I think I even asked if they could do it in a way that I would have Brahminical initiation while I did my service and then go back to normalcy afterwards. but that wasn't going to happen. So that was a very deep, I don't know what the right word is, it confronted me in a very deep way. And Krishna gave me a great insight that stayed with me ever since, and that's perhaps one thing I'd like to share. I realised that my circumstances, the fact that I wasn't qualified and that I was being put in that position so I could serve, was actually true of the whole movement. Who was qualified back then? Nobody. How could you be? You know, we were young, Western, coming out of the 60s and everything that involved, full of more delusions of God knows what, you know, like we were very a very rough clay with which to shape Srila Prabhupada's movement. And I guess the thing that gave me peace and allowed me to go forward with it was that I realised that was exactly what Srila Prabhupada was doing in the West. I wasn't the only one that his mercy and his blessing pulled us up out of our conditioned existence and allowed us to serve Krishna. And it was only, you know, we're now sitting here 50 years later. I mean, the knowledge and the experience and the lived experience, I think, is the most important thing. That takes a lifetime to digest, to absorb, to assimilate, and all of that Prabhupada just stepped right around and took as I said, very raw clay and shaped Krishna's movement and fulfilled Krishna's desire in a way that I don't think has precedent to be. You know, when I look back at history, the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism and Krishna consciousness was pretty much Indian-centric with a few fleeting exceptions here and there. And it was Srila Prabhupada that actually changed the world in that regard. And it was an extraordinary experience. I'll never forget the visceral, actual sensite quality of painting the deities. It's inexplicable to try and share what that actually was like to do. Taking that carved wood of Lord Jagannath and Subhadra and Balarama and actually painting their faces and their bodies, the decorative aspects of all of that were part of the whole. I'd never done anything like it in my whole creative life, and certainly never did anything like that as an artist beforehand or since. And especially painting Radha Vallabha, and later dressing them as well a couple of times to be photographed on special occasions. Those were the most wonderful gifts, and gifts that are cherished to this day, undiminished in my memory, in my heart, and have remained with me ever since, as has Srila Prabhupada. The spiritual quality of serving Krishna isn't bound by time, and it isn't bound by our conditioning, and it isn't bound by our capacity. We're given an opportunity to fulfill ourselves in a way that left to our own devices we couldn't even conceive of. And you're very fortunate to be there today and take darshan of that legacy, to be in the presence of Radha Vallabha, and to have that unbroken puja and worship, that unbroken fulfillment of Prabhupada's desire, still enacted every day. And again, the world we're in today, Kali Yuga's definitely gone ahead in leaps and bounds in recent years, and spiritual life becomes more difficult. It becomes harder to find and harder to see and harder to discriminate, because so much is deconstructed as Kali Yuga has its way with the world we live in. And so if you are there now and you're sitting in the presence of Radha Vallabha, and you have the opportunity to reflect on Srila Prabhupada and his mercy and the gift he brought to us, you're exceptionally privileged. And I'm sure you are, but to be very grateful and to open one's heart to that mercy and to allow Krishna to come into your heart and inspire you and direct your life, and to have Srila Prabhupada's words, to have his teaching, to have his example there, so that you've got a perfect check and balance to make sure that your service is on track, to make sure that your heart is on track, and to put your head down at the feet of Radha Vallabha, to put your head at the feet of Srila Prabhupada, and to thank them from the bottom of your heart. You're very fortunate. Thank you very much. That's enough.
Where would you like to sit, Prabhu?
Probably with a microphone. I need to hold the... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Shamananda, he did the first Vyasa Sun. He made our first Vyasa Sun. And is that on?
That's on.
That video of Prabhupada, that was the second, that was the 1975 Vyasa Sun. Yeah, but Shamananda made this pale pink Vyasa Sun and a huge effulgence behind it. I should have brought a picture, I just didn't have done. He had a huge effulgence. It was all rhinestones. It was totally psychedelic for the time. It was so 70s, and we called it the spaceship. And Prabhupada saw it and he goes, "Oh, I have a spaceship." So it was, everything was a bit crazy.
Is somebody recording her?
Yeah. I'm happy here. Yeah, I'm happy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Okay. Oh, I got it. Hang on. Everybody, hold this. Someone hold. Oh, baby. How are you? Okay, so I have some photos here. It's only small, but you can look on later. This was the first Burnett Street temple. It was a double-storey temple. And so the altar that Shamananda built was downstairs and upstairs. So again, looked a bit like a spaceship, all gold and silver. And to dress Jagannath used to be up the top, and Radha and Krishna and Radha Vallabha were down the bottom at the end. And so when you dressed Jagannath, you had to get up a ladder which was always, I got to do that several times. But so I went back and forth. But and I used to paint Jagannath every year for Radha Acharya, so that was always a feat with the paint. But that the other Vyasa Sun, those pink cushions, actually, it was interesting. I do have 2 of those cushions left because I made all those cushions for that Vyasa Sun in 75. But anyway, mine's not as eloquent as Shamananda. It's just a historical bit by bit of what happened that day and the days before, okay? So I'll just read it. If you can just forgive me for this. Or you can have a look at the pictures. Yeah, this is the picture actually of the fire jugna that Prabhupada actually built. He was actually sitting there, and he actually it was the last time Prabhupada actually performed the fire that I know of for my in Australia anyway. It was the last time he actually did build the fire. Thank you. Maybe because it was for the deities. Okay, Nama Om Vishnavadaya Krishna Pastaya Bodhire Śrīmad Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Brachani Nirasisa Sunyavadi Paskachadi Satani. Srila Prabhupada was not only the world's foremost spiritual educator, but a gentleman with a wealth of humility and grace, bestowing on this planet pure love of Krishna and causeless mercy to those unqualified souls who were lucky enough to receive his benedictions and abundance of love. As many of the senior devotees here can contest, this ISKCON movement was pressed forward by an array of souls whose qualities ranged from the educated, the uneducated, to worldly and innocent personalities, and who at times also possessed a vast degree of stupidity, zeal, and ignorance when carrying out the orders of our beloved spiritual Prabhupada. And there are many stories to prove this point. I first met the devotees at 13, when a Simply Wonderful was tossed into my mouth, and that's when I began chanting. I began researching Indian philosophy while studying literature in the last years of high school. On the way to university and sailing back from Tasmania one night, while gazing at the moon, this is important later on, I prayed sincerely for a spiritual master. My prayers were answered the next day when informed unexpectedly by my brother, who was also a Prabhupada disciple, that the leader of the Hare Krishna movement was to arrive within a week, turning up at the temple the next day for my spiritual service to begin. Okay. Early 1973, and a day before Srila Prabhupada's visit, the devotees had been up late into the early hours painting, flower gathering, finishing the new shiny two-tiered altar, attempting to finish everything in time for Srila Prabhupada's much anticipated visit. I had been busy with preparations for his room, making 2 sets of asana slips that would be changed every day, decorating and organising the sheets that were to be laid down on the floor. At this particular time, there had been a discussion that the wall behind the Vyasa-san needed painting, so my brother Chris, who later became Churu Gupta, had gone out to purchase the paint. Not long after this, I was standing in the hallway when I looked out the open door to see a taxi pull up. Intrigued at what wasn't a regular occurrence, I was more than startled to see Srila Prabhupada emerge. I dropped the broom and began alerting everyone. Srila Prabhupada is here. Startled devotees began to fly down the stairs and run from the kitchen, falling to the ground at his feet in prostrated obeisances to greet him. I had no idea who paid for the taxi. After ushering Srila Prabhupada into the temple room for darshan and bedecking him with the deity garlands, he sat down on the Vyasa-san and began to address the devotees. Just then, my brother Chris burst into the temple room declaring, "I've got the paint." Stunned into silence at the sight of Srila Prabhupada smiling, who had declared, then Prabhupada said, "So you weren't ready for me." Obviously, someone had got the dates mixed up and he arrived a day early. We were absolutely unprepared. Personally, at this point, the horror of the unprepared room upstairs set in, so I dashed upstairs to grab the newly made asana covers and began awkwardly stuffing the pillows into their very tight sewn slips, grabbing the sheets and desperately spreading them onto the floor. It was like pandemonium. Somehow the mission was complete and the incense lit before Srila Prabhupada entered. The next morning was to be the installation of the deities. Srila Prabhupada had some reservations at the cleanliness and the capability of the temple for their lordships, so an immediate task force would put to work. All was much pandemonium, especially the fact that we actually forgot to pick him up at the airport. The idea of Radha Vallabha, was a little bit frightening for him. About an hour before the installation, Madhavisa Maharaj sent a message that I was to receive first and second initiation at the same time, on the condition that I understood it was as if I was never to see the sun again and going to be serving the Lord for eternity. After the momentary shock of that, I of course said yes. Excited by this news, I immediately rang my mother, who managed a prominent art gallery in the city, and informed her that I am having a fire sacrifice in less than an hour, if you would like to come, and hung up the phone. Well, you can imagine what her reaction was at this. Not exactly sure what that meant. Perhaps I was to be burned at the stake. Meanwhile, with preparations complete, Derwent, myself, and a regular elderly guest, Emily, entered the temple room and took our places around the Homa. It wasn't a very large pit. Derwent sat on my left, and Emily, who was taking first initiation, to my right at the end. The soon-to-be beautiful Radha Vallabha sat opposite, smiling as we symbolically cleansed our hands with water. Quiet chanting from the attendees in the background, adding to the very ceremonial experience as Srila Prabhupada entered and sat down. Upon his request, one by one, we handed our beads to him, and he began to chant around on each. Once this was concluded, we were asked independently to repeat the regulative principles and return to our position. Seated back down, Srila Prabhupada now proceeded to announce our names. It was common in those days for the temple president to choose the names of the initiates, often written on a piece of paper. Glancing down at the small piece of paper in his hand, Srila Prabhupada seriously declared Bhaktivedanta was now to become Ganesh Das. This was met with a joyous chorus of Jai from the entire audience. Jai. When it came to my name, Srila Prabhupada looked down at the paper, hesitated and said, "This is not her name," and tossed it aside. I was startled at the response. Was I not getting initiated? But then with a hand gesture, Prabhupada stated, "Your name is Sukladasi." And when I heard it in my mind, I said, "Yes, this is my name," as it had been it always. This was again met with a joyous chorus of Jai from the audience. Jai, okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the name given to Emily. She was just a lady that would come to the feast, and we weren't very acquainted, and I don't remember what her name was. She didn't come very much after that. Srila Prabhupada, then turning to their lordships, began to offer certain paraphernalia to each deity. I remember thinking that he appeared to be talking to them with his hand gestures, indicating, but now I am aware it was just he was chanting mantras and mudras. When completed, Prabhupada turned and began to take the small pieces of kindling and place them delicately in a circle in the middle of the sand. Every step was done with such poise and was absolutely memorizing. With prayers being recited in the background, and the fire began to take hold, ghee was added. As we placed our bananas within the flames, Prabhupada continued slowly to add more ghee and then more wood as we threw grains into the fires to the sounds of svaha. It was at this point I saw my mother pushing through the crowded door. Terrified at what the disturbances she may have, on seeing her, I gestured her to just stay, and relieved to see that I wasn't being burnt alive, proceeded to witness the event. The fire became larger, and the small temple room was now filling with smoke. As Prabhupada added more ghee and wood to the ablaze, with an exuberant kirtan began, and as Srila Prabhupada rose and left the temple room. There's a whole bit more, sorry. My mother was then privately invited upstairs to meet Srila Prabhupada, and upon returning after her brief encounter, was smiling and bedecked with a garland and departed for home. Just then, thoughts of going upstairs to receive Gayatri was filled with apprehension. I entered the room, paid my obeisances, and rose to see Srila Prabhupada was alone, gesturing me to come. He then explained Sukla Dasi means pure, white, and describes the full moon. Krishna is the full moon amongst many stars, he said. At the time, I didn't realise the significance, but that was about a year before I had been praying to the full moon, and for me indicates the evidence of Krishna and the spiritual master within our heart. Now, sitting alongside him, Prabhupada leaned over and showed me how to chant Gayatri, moving my fingers into position. He said, "Repeat." But as I spent the last few minutes enthralled by the small hairs coming out of the large ear in front of my face, I replied, "Oh, Srila Prabhupada, I can't." He smiled and said, "Now listen," as we went through line by line. Prabhupada then instructed me to always serve Krishna nicely. Leaving Srila Prabhupada's presence in a state of awe, quickly turned to other business at hand. As instructed, we were required to go door to door to collect dakshin. Never doing this before, I proceeded to knock on doors and inform the occupant that I had just received initiation from my spiritual master. "Can you give me a little something?" Blank-faced at this statement in St Kilda in 1973, so only some people returned with a small array of items. Returning to the temple, the feast was over. Srila Prabhupada had welcomed their lordships and expressed that Radharani was the most beautiful in the world, and both she and Krishna were happy to reside here, and that they would be now called Radha Vallabha. Fortunately, Jai Haribol. Fortunately, I had made Srila Prabhupada a golden beaded cartel bag to accompany my pittance of an offering as I climbed the stairs later that night to offer dakshin. Prabhupada was sitting up joyfully, very high on his asana as I paid my obeisances, And when I stood up with a large mischievous smile, he pronounced, "So what have you brought me?" I replied, "Oh, it's just a little dakshina, Srila Prabhupada." As I placed the newly acquired clay bowl on the desk, he proceeded to take out each item. "Oh, an orange," he said joyfully. "Oh, a flower." And "Oh, Lakshmi," as he counted the whole 80 cents I had collected. Then picking up and inspecting the cartel bag, lovingly he called, "Bali Madan, Shriti Kirti, come see what she has made me," and showed them the cartel bag. Blushing with embarrassment and receiving some kind words of encouragement, Srila Prabhupada handed me a very large luglu and garland. Paying my obeisances with this large sweetmeat in hand and garlanded around my neck, I departed the room. On seeing this, both Bali Madan and Shriti Kirti, high on feast prasadam, stated, "Prabhupada said, unless you like luglu, you cannot enter this spiritual world. There is absolutely no way." The day after my initiation, I was busy in charge of cleaning his room and doing his washing, something that continued every one of his visits to Melbourne. It was a rainy day, and it seemed the whole temple had departed on the morning walk. As I began to fight with the asana slips, things were progressing when a Prabhu downstairs shouted, "Prabhupada is back." Panic. I quickly finished up as hastened out of the room laden with buckets and mops. Seeing Srila Prabhupada at the top of the stairs, I thought what to do. Drop everything, pay my obeisances? Observing the door to my left, I made a quick dash into the empty room and quickly closed the door, thinking surely Srila Prabhupada hadn't seen me, which was of course ridiculous. All of a sudden, the door began to slowly open, and Prabhupada entered with a large smile and said, "So I have tricked you this morning." I uttered, "Oh yes, Srila Prabhupada, I wasn't expecting you back so soon." He said, "Oh, it is raining." I said, "Yes, Prabhupada." He laughed and with folded hands said, "Hare Krishna," and walked back to his room. The following day he came back early again, but I was prepared, and he said, "You were ready?" And I said, "Yes, I was ready." As you can imagine, these few days were fraught with a combination of ecstasy and some difficulty. I had placed Srila Prabhupada's washing on the clothesline in the backyard to dry, when someone had decided to take his kurta as a memento. Having to relay this to Shriti Kirti was not a proud moment, but Srila Prabhupada was merciful but very angry at the culprit, whom we still have no idea of, and relayed that now the practice of ironing his clothes from wet to dry was to begin. This happened all over the world after this day. Okay, so we've got, this is the day, Monday the 12th of February. Sydney was Srila Prabhupada's next destination. Many devotees had already departed in a convoy up the coast, but as new pujaris, Ganesh, myself and the head pujari, Rishabh, were to stay behind and look after the deities. As a special benediction, we were allowed to accompany Prabhupada to the airport. Srila Prabhupada was due to depart mid-morning. As he relaxed and softly chanted japa in the airport departure lounge, we arrived, Prabhupada sitting majestically observing his two new pujaris. Madhavisa Maharaj then handed us both 2 trays of sandalwood paste for Srila Prabhupada's forehead and feet. I looked at him reluctantly, but he said, "Just do it." Nervously applying the paste to Srila Prabhupada's forehead, I hesitated, but I saw that Ganesh chose the left foot. I began to smear Srila Prabhupada's right foot with the cool paste at this time. Srila Prabhupada glanced down, undisturbed, then nonchalantly just looked sideways. Touching his feet, I then crumbled to the floor, paying for forgiveness for any offence. Srila Prabhupada was loving and compassionate, wonderfully warm and caring. He was also mischievous and playful with me over the years. Whenever he saw me the following years, any interaction with him was always accompanied by a huge smile. It was the philosophy, the instructions, and the scriptures that brought me and holds me to Krishna consciousness. My sweet relationship with the Prabhupada enhanced those things. Whether someone meets Prabhupada or not, his instructions are there, and the more one hears, their relationship with him will directly develop. Jai. I'm done. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. A little. There was some controversy. The little deities were always called Radha and Krishna, and then when Prabhupada installed Radha Vallabha, the big deities were to be known as Radha Vallabha. So that is the. I was there. That's the thing. That was the thing. Okay.
Are there any questions? Anybody would like to ask any questions of Sukla Mataji?
I do have a little bit more about the airport. Do you want to read?
Yeah, by all means.
This is from my girlfriend Chitraleka, who I actually talked to, and she said I could read this. This is just Prabhupada at the airport after we'd finished putting paste on. John's 2-year-old son, Janika, bare-chested, shaven-headed, and wearing a little dhoti, approached Prabhupada with a flower. Prabhupada accepted the offering and smiled affectionately at the boy. A few minutes later, Janika returned, gesturing that he wanted the flower back, and Prabhupada graciously assented. The boy repeated the procedure a few more times, offering a flower and then asking for it back. As he came up to take the flower back for yet another time, Srila Prabhupada held onto it, refusing to return it. The boy grabbed for the flower, but Prabhupada wouldn't let it go. Janika decided to change tactics. Stopping the tug of war, he picked up a flower and threw it at Prabhupada. Prabhupada reciprocated by throwing it back. Janika then threw another, and so did Prabhupada. Finally, out of ammunition, Janika tried to grab a flower directly from Prabhupada's garland. Prabhupada grabbed the boy's hand in midair and held it tightly, not letting go. With a mock of grave expression, Prabhupada took a flower from his garland with the other hand and threw it at Janika at point-blank range. Much to the delight of the devotees, the exchange now escalated into a full-fledged flower fight. The boy sometimes crept up behind Prabhupada, collecting more ammunition from Madhavisa and throwing them with unabashed glee. Prabhupada reciprocated, all of the while laughing and enjoying the fun. That's probably there. I can read a little bit more. Okay. It had been arranged that Srila Prabhupada would take his lunch at Melbourne Airport before flying to Sydney, but the prasadam was late coming from the temple and arrived just before departure time. These are the reasons that Prabhupada nearly did destroy Radha Vallabha. We weren't very together. So the whole prasadam, including Prabhupada's silver tray, bowls... Hang on 1 second. Sorry. I'll just go a little bit more of this. Cups, water were taken on board the aircraft. Prabhupada's party were flying first class, and Srila Prabhupada, Shriti Kirti Madhavisa soon was seated. Prabhupada, as regulated as ever, decided to take his lunch immediately. Shriti Kirti set up the silverware on the flight tray table. Prabhupada self-consciously, with great expectation and concentrated, began to eat. This was actually before they were ready to take the plane off, but Prabhupada wasn't going to put his tray table up or actually do anything that they told him. He just continued to eat prasadam, and the stewardess kept coming and saying, "Can you please put the tray table up?" He just ignored it and continued, and then as the plane was jetting off the runway, he turned to Shriti and said, "Okay, I have finished, now you can take." So he was very, he did some really amazing things, yeah.
Sukla, thank you very much for that, Prabhu. If anybody else wants to ask Sukla any questions after the program, please, she's available. She's our guest of honour, so she's more than happy to pass on any other information.
I have lots of other stories if anyone wants to hear.
So now what we'd like to do is show a small video which is in glorification of Radha Vallabha, which has been created by the devotees, and especially the verses have been created by our very dear scholar, Gopa Vrindesh Prabhu. So please just stay here for that and have a look at this, and then from there on we will do the bathing of the little deities, and then there'll be a pushpa bathing of Radha Vallabha by some of the devotees. Sukla Devi ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Radha Vallabha Bhagavana ki.
Stay sitting here, it's true, I'm in the way. Move this out. Move this away and I'll move out of the way.
Just 1 second.
Hi.
1 second. Not yet.
Don't play with it.
Hello. Hello. Mom. What are you doing? 50th.
Hare Krishna. This year, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the installation of Sri Radha Vallabha at ISKCON Melbourne, we would like to extend a big thank you to all of you. The devotees, the volunteers, friends, family members of the larger community and visitors to the Hare Krishna temple.
It's been an incredible journey, full of vibrant festivities and joyous celebrations of chanting, dancing and feasting. Extending the joy of Krishna consciousness to one and all is the most satisfying experience of this journey.
This song is an expression of our deep gratitude to Srila Prabhupada for giving us the shelter of Sri Radha Vallabha and the association of their wonderful devotees like you. Thank you and Hare Krishna.
Bhaktivedanta
that this Melbourne Mahaprabhu temple is the spiritual abode of Vaikuntha and Vrindavan. Here, out of their causeless mercy, only to reciprocate with your pure loving devotional service the ultimate forms of transcendence, comprising both the masculine and feminine aspects of the Absolute Truth, Sri Sri Radha Vallabha enact their divine pastimes. They resplendently shine forth here as the embodiments of transcendental memories. With my heart, words, and body, I offer my humble obeisances at the dust of the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, who is very dear to Sri Sri Radha Vallabha.
Yanmandire Shri Prabhupada Tirtham Shastrani Kurvan Paribodhayam Svam Punamschadina Navasaparartham Mahaprabhu Kshetram Idam Namami.
I offer my humble obeisances to this Melbourne Mahaprabhu temple where Srila Prabhupada resided, writing books, preaching Krishna consciousness, and in this way purifying and uplifting suffering humanity. O Srila Prabhupada, out of your causeless mercy, you indeed transformed this mundane land into a holy tirtha, a sacred place of pilgrimage.
Acharya Varyena Mudabhishekta Sankirtane Vedara Vaishnuto Suvasdivya Bharaneshcha Devta Vande Jagat Pavana Gaura Rupa.
The preeminent teacher of our Krishna Conscious Society, His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, blissfully consecrated Sri Sri Gauranitai by personally conducting their first bathing ceremony here. Scores of devotees glorified their lordships with roaring kirtan and chanting of the Purusha Sukta hymns. Then, decorated with divine and brilliant garments and ornaments, their transcendental bodies shone radiantly. I offer my humble obeisances unto the golden forms of Sri Sri Gauranitai, who are delivering all the fallen souls of the entire world.
Mohartha Pavana Pado Paribhushitarcho Ridyanana Purasilo Varapivarango Sankirtano Dyatakaro Karunabjanetro Charu Bhruvocha Jayatam Avadhuta Gaura.
All glories to Sri Sri Gauranitai. The mercy emanating from their lotus feet delivers the fallen and suffering conditioned souls afflicted with all kinds of material illusions. Their divine forms are characterized by strongly built limbs which are tastefully decorated daily by their servants with fine garments, ornaments, and fresh flower garlands. Their broad shoulders and expansive chest are very attractive, and their charming faces are adorned with lotus petal-like eyes which appear moistened with tears of compassion for everyone. Their very beautiful eyebrows are especially attractive. Adorned here in this way, their lordships encourage everyone to perform Sankirtan by their upraised arms.
Śrīmad Pratishtha Gurunabhishektam Premna Shubha
auspicious appearance day of Sri Advaita Acharya, imbued with pure love, ISKCON Founder-Acharya, His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, in a monumental event, personally performed their first bathing ceremony and welcomed Sri Radha Vallabha to reside at Melbourne. The divine couple, who are the abode of all sweetness, blissfully enjoy pastimes in Sri Vrindavan Dham, thus descended here at the request of His Divine Grace. I offer my humble and respectful obeisances unto the merciful Lordships, Sri Radha Vallabha.
Divyasrajam sakaruna sharadindu kantim susmera sundara mukhabja drisham kishorim divyam saroruhakaram varadam varangim radham swavallabhamayim cha sadanusevai.
At Melbourne Mahaprabhu Temple, Srimati Radharani, in her youthful form, has exquisite limbs that are decorated with divine flower garlands and fine garments. Her charming face is adorned with a beautiful smile and lotus petal-like eyes. In her left hand, she carries a blooming lotus flower, while with her right hand, she profusely blesses everyone out of compassion born of affection. Her graceful form is lustrous like the autumn moon. Srimati Radharani is the transcendental counterpart of Lord Sri Radha Vallabha. I humbly pray that I can always serve her by serving the disciplic succession.
Manjira mandita padam vanamalya haram chitrambaram suvadanam sarasiruhaksham kaishora rupam atisundara mandahasam Radhati Vallabha Vibhum cha sadanusevai.
At Melbourne Mahaprabhu Temple, Lord Sri Radha Vallabha has his lotus feet decorated with enchanting ankle bells. His youthful form is adorned with vibrant necklaces, luscious fresh flower garlands, and dazzling colorful outfits. His charming face is adorned with lotus petal-like eyes and a soft but gorgeous smile. Lord Sri Radha Vallabha is the beloved of his dearmost Srimati Radharani. I humbly pray that I can always serve him following in the footsteps of the disciplic succession.
Rathotsave Shri Prabhupada Parshvam Sartham Bhaginya Sabala Samoda Aishwarya Dhama Virabhu Kripalu Śrīmad Jagannatha Namo Namaste.
Lord Jagannath, along with his sister Srimati Subhadra Devi and his elder brother Lord Baladev, made their appearance for the Melbourne Rath Yatra festival on a historic event in the personal presence of Srila Prabhupada. I repeatedly offer my humble obeisances unto the most merciful and blissful Lord Jagannath, who is the abode of unlimited divine opulence.
Snanotsave bhakta ganabhishektam dadhanameshtadi cha bhakshayantam karunya bhavan vritahasti vesham vande jagannatha vibhum sunetram.
Lord Jagannath is bathed ceremoniously in the yearly Snan Yatra festival by multitudes of devotees. The Lord then accepts various food preparations made of yogurt and chipped rice and varieties of other condiments and sweets. Then, invoked by his compassionate heart for his devotees, the Lord gives a special audience to all present in a divine elephant outfit. I offer my humble obeisances unto Lord Jagannath, who has very beautiful blooming lotus eyes.
Matsyakaradaram Jamandaradharam Bhumidharam Shukaram Shantam Sridharim Trivikramavibhum Sri Chakramudradharam Sri Shesham
My humble and respectful obeisances unto the various Srila forms of the Lord at Melbourne Mahaprabhu Temple. Here reside Lord Matsyadev, the beautiful and gigantic fish incarnation. Lord Kurmadev, who carried the Mandara mountain on his back. Lord Varahadev, who raised the earth with his tusks. Lord Nrsingadev, who was pacified by the affectionate prayers of Prahlad Maharaj. Lord Trivikrama, who covered the entirety of the 3 planetary systems with his mere 2 steps. Lord Dwarkashila, who is marked with numerous impressions of Sudarshana Chakra. Lord Anantadev, who manifests himself as the transcendental paraphernalia of the Lord. Lord Ramachandra, the wielder of the divine bow, who is the best among the Raghu dynasty. Lord Sudarshan, the divine disc weapon of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Hayagriv, the protector of the Vedas, who has the face of a horse, also reside here. Shri Giriraj Govardhan, who is Krishna himself and who manifested as the best of all the mountains, and Lord Gopaladev, who performs numerous sweet pastimes, are also mercifully residing here.
Radha Vallabha Kalpapada Patale Yan Mandire Tirthake Satsangirati Vardhane Cha Vidhibhi Yatra Virarchachate Lokan Madayate Prasada Vibhavo Vidyarvir Bhasate Sarvesham Sharanam Tadastu Bahusha Stradhyapanai Kirtyate.
In this temple, the Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir, which is a holy place of pilgrimage in a far corner of the world, reside Sri Radha Vallabha. They are like the divine desire trees, fulfilling everyone's transcendental aspirations. Under their shelter, in the affectionate association of their devotees, loving devotional service nurtures and flourishes. Here, the deities are opulently worshipped according to all scriptural rules and regulations. Grand festivals are regularly celebrated for the pleasure of their lordships. The potency of the opulent prasadam being sumptuously distributed here rejoices, intoxicates, and transcendently maddens its partakers. The sun of transcendental knowledge radiates ever so brightly due to ever-increasing preaching endeavors here. This temple is famous for its systematic education programs of various scriptures as elucidated by our Acharya. We pray that this Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir be the shelter for one and all.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol. Everybody, please listen. If you're sitting down, please stand up. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Now what I want you to do is to walk 2 meters back towards Prabhupada. Okay? Otherwise this is not going to work. Sorry. We need to get the stanchions in place. Okay, keep going. You haven't gone 2 meters. You've only gone 1. Keep going. Back to Prabhupada. Back to Prabhupada means back to Godhead. Okay? Okay, and down on this side, we need this corridor on the Dank Street side of the temple. We need that open also. If you're in this meter here, you're going to have to come through. Okay? Okay. Sri Radha Vallabha ki. Sri Radha Krishna ki. Sri Gaura ki. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Devi ki. Who's leading the kirtan? Janardhan. Where is he? We've got lots of candidates here. Oh, Janardhan, Haribol, welcome. Hare Krishna. I couldn't think of anybody more qualified, nor more handsome. Okay, you can sit down now.
What do you use?
Shri Radha Vallabha ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Śrīmate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Pastatya Deshatarine. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Hare Jaya Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Sri Radhe. Jai Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Sri Radhe. Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Gopala Govinda Ram Shri Madhusadana. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusadana. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Moha. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Moha. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Seta. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Seta. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Shri Rupa Sanatana Bhatta Raghunatha. Shri Rupa Sanatana Bhatta Raghunatha. Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha. Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala 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 Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Oh Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala. Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya. Jaya Radha Vallabha Sri Radhe. 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. Hey, Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. 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 Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Hey, buddy! Hey, Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan.
Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, buddy! Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on, buddy! Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Mridanga. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaura, 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 Hare. Gaura, 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 Hare. Gaura, 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 Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Hare. Can I hold it? Gaura, Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Hare. Gora, Gora Hare. Gora, Gora, Gora Hare. That's it. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Haribo.
It's not working. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Stop Premanande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sandarthi, Gauranga, Nityananda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come everybody. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on, everybody. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaura, 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 Hare. Gaura, 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 Hare. Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda Ram. Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on. Ah, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on, buddy. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We're coming. Mataji. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare in the middle. Hare Rama, Tutu, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Too slow. Tin char. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Your friend, you can take him off. Your friend. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha, Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Sri Radha. 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 Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Radhe Jaya Sri Radha. Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Jaya Sri Radha. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Happy. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Vallabha Radha, Vallabha Radhe. Jaya Radha, Vallabha Radha, Vallabha Sri Radhe. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. God permanently. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi, Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Wake up, everybody. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi, Gaur Bhaktivedanta. Come on, beat the drum. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi, Gaur Bhaktivedanta. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Come on. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi, Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Mayapur, Mayapur. Navadip, Navadip. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come everybody. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaura Gaura, Gaura Hare. Gaura Gaura, Gaura Hare. Hey, Gaura Gaura, Gaura Hare. Gaura Gaura, Gaura Hare. Gaura Gaura, Gaura
Hare Krishna. Those at the front, please move, please move.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaura 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 Hare. Gaura 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 Hare. Gaura 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 Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Working right. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on, everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on, beat it. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on. Come on, beat it. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, time to go to sleep. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
All blocked it.
They're saying that you need to move on a little bit because you're blocking the people at the back to see the deity. Please move on a little bit. Don't be so selfish. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Come everybody! Harinam, Harinam. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. Go Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Where are you? Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Hey Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hey Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Come on, everybody! Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Vallabha Radha, Jaya Vallabha Radhe, Vallabha Radha. Jaya Radha, Vallabha Radha, Vallabha Radhe. Jaya Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Radhe Jaya Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Sri Radhe Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Guru Haribo 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 Nitai Guru Haribo Go Namaste Narasimhaya What's going on? Balada do dayine Hiranyakashi Puravaksha Shila Tankana Kalae Ito Nishinga Parato Nishinga Yato Yato Yamita to Nishinga Bahe Nishinga Rida Nishinga Anara Chingamaden Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adhuta Singam Dalita Hiranya Kasipo Tanavringam Kesavadeta Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadishore Jai Jagadishore Jai Jagadishore Tavak Hey buddy! No resting. Yes, you ready? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Yes, you ready? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Radha, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath, Madana Mahan. Shri Govinda Gopinath, Madana Mohan. Shri Govinda Gopinath, Madana Mohan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Sri Radha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Hey, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Gaura, Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Dancing. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath, Madana Mohan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Beto. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. Come on. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha Radhe. Are you okay? Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jai Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha Radhe. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha Radhe. Come on, you guys. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha Radhe. Stand up. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jai Sri Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Come on, balo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Bring some here. Bring a bucket here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Vallabha Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya, Jagannath Jaya, Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranita Jaya, Gauranita. Gauranita Jaya, Gauranita. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hungry. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Try again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Yeah, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Dham, Jaya Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Jaya Vrindavan Dham. Jaya Vrindavan Dham, Jaya Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Jaya Vrindavan Dham. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha, Sri Radha. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha, Radha. Jaya Radha Vallabha, Radha Vallabha, Radha. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jai Sri Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Happy, happy. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Come on, everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Gaur Hare! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Flower, rain, rain. Come back to Godhead. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaur Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Gaura, Gaura! Hey, hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hello. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey buddy, happy, happy. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Vallabha Radha Vallabha Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jai Sri Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Sri Radha Vallabha ji ki. Sri Radha Vallabha 50th anniversary ki. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Devi ki. Shri Gauranitai ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Harinam Sankirtan ki. Sankirtan Yajna ki. Hare Krishna Maha Mantra ki. Gaur Premanande. We have to go because Radha Vallabha had too much festival. He needs to rest now.